Welcome to the Figma mobile app design masterclass. In this exciting in-depth tutorial, we're going to start with a blank Figma file and work our way up to a final, polished mobile app design. This is the final result, and during the process, we're also going to create a simple design system. This video is over 5 hours long, so grab a cup of your favorite beverage and let's dive into the process of mobile app design that you'll be able to witness to its fullest extent, step by step, from start to finish. Now, this video took a ton of time and effort to put together, and if you find it valuable and have the capacity to do so, I'd really appreciate if you purchase the source file from my store. You'll both save time, support the channel, and help make more content like this possible. Thank you so much to all of you who continue to purchase source files from my store and make content like this possible. The link is in the description. Throughout the video, I'll be describing what I'm currently doing on the screen and pitch in whenever things might get a bit complicated for a video-only demonstration. And now that we got all of that out of the way, let's dive in, let's get started, and let's design our first app in Figma. So as you might have noticed, while I was still talking, I used the frame tool by pressing F on my keyboard and clicked iPhone 15 Pro on the right side of the Figma interface. This created a frame that you can currently see me working with and creating safe areas on. Also, another important piece of information: if you take a look at the bottom left corner of the screen, you can see me pressing keys and using shortcuts. So this will help you understand better what I'm currently doing and which buttons I'm pressing. So right now you can see me preparing so-called safe zones. So on the left side you can see an image with various areas, green and yellow areas that have certain dimensions. These are areas where you don't want to put any important design elements, essentially. So on the top, where you can see the time and battery icons and Wi-Fi and signal, and also where the dynamic island, the rectangular black shape, that's called a status bar. This is, as mentioned, this is somewhere where you don't want to put any important design elements. So what I'm currently doing on the screen is basically recreating this image. I'm going to be recreating these icons, and I'm going to make sure that I place these new design elements on my test frame and then make it a reusable component so that we can place these top and bottom areas on all of our screens, and we can basically avoid putting any elements inside of those. Right now, as you can see, I'm using the rectangle tool to create the shape of the dynamic island. I'm also creating a description for the dynamic island. It's just basically, for me to, I'm actually gonna, I think, delete that one later. So that would be the dynamic island. I just change the font color to white so that it's better visible. And now I'm going to use my text tool and mimic basically the time, text element, the 9:41 time that is being shown in the status bar. As you can see, I'm using the SF Pro bold for this, digital clock that all of us know from our devices, whether you're using an iPhone or not. So I'm basically recreating all these elements, as I said. I'm experimenting with letter spacing, with font sizes, and just checking right now whether it actually fits precisely, right? So I'm gonna recreate this one-to-one. And right now I'm creating the battery, which is, as you can see, I'm a little bit struggling with partial pixels because when you have a screenshot of a high resolution device, one pixel, like one screen point, is usually not one physical pixel. So then you have all these situations where actually you need to use decimals, which I'm about to do very soon. Yeah, right now, 21.5. So yeah, again, I'm just replicating what I see. I'm just replicating the battery icon with a rectangle tool. And then I'm also going to be using another rectangle. I just duplicated the first one, I believe. And then I'm going to just drag it out and make a transparent, translucent line around this rectangle that you can see right now. So as you can see right now, it is important to make sure that the border radius looks natural, which means that if we have a element that has a border radius of 2.5 and then we get a another outer rectangle that's 2 points to each side, then we need to make the radius 2 points bigger, which in this case, as you can see, I went for 4.5. So now I am examining the rest of the battery icon, and I am kind of thinking about how we could create this little top, contact part of the battery, the plus with AA batteries that you usually encounter. And I'm going for a shape subtraction. So I will be using a circle and then a rectangle to basically cut through the circle. So what I'm doing right now, I'm just positioning these elements so that, the final shape looks similar. Just there, I did a subtract selection, as you can see on the top bar. And now I'm just trying to match the look of this with the rest of the battery. It's not 100% precise, right? It's not like completely identical when it comes to shape, because it's very hard to determine what shapes to use, what sizes to use. If you have just a vector screenshot and you basically don't have, if you have a raster screenshot and you don't have the vector source file. So anything that I do right here is going to be a accurate approximation at best. Yeah, I'm just, as you can see, I'm repositioning these elements and trying to figure out like what's the best size for each circle and how to use as little decimals in the point values as possible, right? So right now I am just positioning these elements that I have just created to their proper position, and I'm starting to brainstorm how I could create the Wi-Fi icon, which is going to be a bit complicated, and you're going to see how I struggled there for a little while to make this exactly match, or make this as close to the original as possible. So as you can see, I'm starting with a circle, and the first approach that I took, which turned out to be, okay, is doing a circle cutout. So I'm gonna do an arc like this. I'm gonna position this so that we get the angle that we need, and then I'm gonna use this little control here to basically do this cutout. And you're gonna see that only after a while I'm gonna realize that I could actually use the stroke for this instead of this little control that I'm using right now. So yeah, I'm gonna duplicate this right now, and then I'm gonna duplicate it once more. But as you can see, I'm getting into some problems with, again, decimals and so on. So that's obviously a pain for me at this phase, but hopefully I'm going to be able to deal with this and create a nice little Wi-Fi icon. So for a minute or two, you're going to see me now still struggling with the icon, and then I'm going to change the approach to the creation of this icon completely. Yeah, so obviously I'm just now realizing, as you can see, that this is probably not the way to go, and I'm re-evaluating my approach, right? Especially with this middle one that I can't seem to get to work properly. It looks weird and all different from each other. So yeah. And that moment came right about now. So you can see me using the stroke instead of the percentages. And this ensures that all these lines have the same width, right? So all of these have the same stroke width, which is 3 at the moment. So I'm gonna kind of reassemble this whole icon with like a stroke, but then I think I'm gonna change the smallest one to the previous technique. So I'm gonna, I think, use a mix of techniques, because as you can see right now, the smallest one is hard to, it's hard to make the precise corner at the very bottom using the stroke. And the previous approach is gonna be better for this. So let's see how this turns out, because I forgot actually. So you can see that I'm, using a lot of decimals right now in the X position, trying to match the original. I'm spending way too much time on this. I don't think this is really necessary, but yeah. Since I already spent a ton of time on this, I want to get this done properly. So let's see. Yep, there we go. I'm using the percentages from a circle cutout, right? So now I think I finally managed to get this to work. And I'm going to move on to the signal indicator, which is going to be extremely simple. That's just going to be 4 round rectangles, 4 round squares that again are going to require probably like 3.5, right, on the width and height, and they're going to be translucent, which means they're going to be partially transparent. So this is easy. This is just 4 of them. I'm gonna have to space them out evenly. Again, probably the distances are gonna be decimals as well. So let's see how this turns out. I think I used I found out that you can't use this spacing function for a decimal, I think. But yeah, it's working now. You have an evenly spaced 4 square indicator, so that's good. And I think we are all done with the status bar. I have replicated these icons, and I'm probably gonna move on to the bottom one. So as you can see, I'm examining how many points this is. It's 34, and as you can see, I just realized that I already created the bottom one, which means that I'm gonna just create the black rectangular control element, you know, at the very bottom, the rectangular line. 16:40. 16:45. And that's very simple. That's basically just a rectangle with fully rounded corners with a black color, but in this case I'm just using magenta because we're creating basically descriptive elements, but we're gonna change that soon. So right now, as you can see, I'm examining what I created. I'm probably gonna go for the components now, which means I'm gonna move these out of the frame and start preparing components. So that would be the bottom one. Now I'm selecting the top one and moving that out of the frame. I will select all of these, and then I'm going to turn this into a frame at first that I'm gonna rename to status bar. And after that, I'm gonna do the same with the bottom one. That's gonna be Option Command G for framing this, I think, and then component 1 and component 2. So both of these are components now, which means that I'm gonna reuse them across my pages. They're in assets, as you can see on the left side of the screen, and I'm dragging them out to the test frame. I'm also going to recolor these. I'm probably going to change the colors to black and white because the battery icon, the Wi-Fi icon, all of that is fully black in the live version of the app, and just in general if you have a light background. So as you can see, I'm changing the colors now using the selection colors panel in the bottom right corner of the Figma interface. I'm gonna remove this text, I think. And now as you can see, I'm showing that when I move anything here in the component, it's gonna be updated across instances. That's just how components work. What I'm doing now is adjusting the color and the opacity of these translucent parts of the battery icon, and the same with this signal icon to match the real life version, right? So as you can see, they are lighter in the live version, so I'm just trying to match that. All of these status bars, these icons, it's not necessary to create this, obviously. I just wanted to show you how I create everything from scratch. And I think it's nice to just see how this is done, right? So you're probably going to download some kind of a iOS UI kit with all these little elements, but it's nice to see how these are actually created. So what I'm doing right now on the screen is rounding the corners of this Wi-Fi icon, because the real life version has slightly softer corners. It's not really that visible, but it's still there. So that's what I'm trying to do right now. And similar to the top bar, I'm also changing colors with the bottom bar. With the bottom bar, that's very easy. Just selection colors and change the magenta to black. I am now launching the prototype and checking how it looks. And now I'm going to set up our device. I'm going to select iPhone 15 Pro, which is going to be then reflected in the prototype window. As you can see, now we see a device around our frame. That's the goal. It's always better to do this because you can then more easily imagine how the final product is going to look like. I almost always do this. It's just easy to understand what you have just created, basically. Now I'm just cleaning up, rearranging the stuff that I already have to make some space for upcoming elements, and there's going to be a lot of them. So we're going to need a lot of space. I'm just moving stuff around. So what I'm doing right now is, as you can see, I'm creating a text element, and I am going to be creating text styles from these elements. I'm starting with body text. I'm probably going to go for, first start with the paragraph text. I'm just typing in some values, but that's not relevant yet, because the main thing is I'm going to have to check how all this looks in prototype mode. I'm using the Inter font, the default Figma font, and I'm going to check the legibility and how it feels in the prototype mode to make sure that the sizes are appropriate. So I think this looks good, and therefore I'm going to move on to maybe adjusting this a few points here and there. I think I decided to go for 14 or 16. Yeah, 14. Right, so the text, although it says 16 points, it's actually 14 points, I think. Okay. And I'm also gonna create headlines. So I'm gonna make this way larger. I'm gonna type in headline 1. So we're also gonna create this system similar to HTML, where you have like headline 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, I'm just checking, the sizes. Maybe I decide to go for a bigger headline, depends. So in a little while, in a minute, I think I'm gonna start creating the actual text styles. Right now, I'm just creating, the text objects. Not really text styles per se, because they are not defined in any way yet, not saved in any way. So I'm experimenting right now with the golden ratio when it comes to text size, but I decide to abandon this approach very quickly. Right, so as you can see, so far, you might have noticed that I'm just trying stuff out and reverting back whenever I feel like that's not the way to go. And that's just the whole design process. You experiment with something, you try something out, you find out it's not good, you go back a few steps and you continue in a different direction. So that's almost all there is to design, basically. It's just this process of going back and forth, making little steps and adjustments as necessary. And also one important thing that's very important to remember is that usually you're going to be working with some kind of guidelines where there are going to be defined components like buttons and maybe even headlines, I think. And all of this that I'm doing right now is basically building all that from scratch. So we're really starting from the bottom up. We're really starting with nothing and creating a system of our own. So it's possible that when you actually if you design apps in real life, in real client work, you're probably going to get some kind of a system that's already in place and you're not going to have to do all this work. But still, I believe it's important to be aware of how all of this is done and just to see the process behind this and mainly the logic behind this, right? So why all of this is done. We are doing all of this to standardize right now with the text, to standardize text sizes and fonts and colors, to basically make the feel of the app consistent, right? So you need to basically make sure that wherever you are in the app currently, it's recognizable that you are still within one system. So you want to keep reusing text styles and you want to save them, which I'm going to do in a few minutes, in a few seconds, I think. As you can see, I have a paragraph 1, paragraph 2 text style, or body 1, body 2. So 1 is like for a slightly smaller text, like a smaller description than body 1. That's going to come in handy for like whenever you need a smaller text, basically. That's all there is to it. So we do have headline 1 through 4, and I think I'm going to now define bold, body 1 bold and body 2 bold. I'm just going to, not surprisingly, I'm just going to turn this text style to a bold version, extra bold, I think, or bold, actually. And now let's see if I actually start saving the text styles. Okay, so changing colors. So now pay attention. H1. So what I did just there, or what I'm doing right now, is saving the text style, right? So now we have H1 on the right side, as you can see. If I have an undefined text style that I switch over to H1, you can see it's going to be same size as this one, right? It's actually not resetting the color, but that doesn't really matter. The text, the font size and the font is there. That's the main thing. So I'm gonna continue with more headlines. So I'm gonna select the second headline, I think, right now. And then this menu plus H2 create style, right? The same for H3. So what I'm doing right now is just saving those text styles, right? We have created these text objects, but we haven't saved them. So that's what I'm doing right now. Right? As you can see, I'm just repeating the process, saving the body text. Now body text bold for future reference, for easy access in the future. And you're going to see what this easy access means when I deselect an element and then you're going to see the text styles on the right side of the Figma interface. Right? So you can see the text styles on the right side here. When I deselect, I have all these text styles on the right side, which come in handy whenever you need to assemble an interface. Now I'm just arranging these text objects and moving them, I think, away from the screen, which I'm going to do right now, so that we have all the text styles in one place. Notice the right side of the Figma interface right now. You can see that I'm quickly clicking through the elements, but whenever I don't have anything selected, you can see a set of text styles on the right side. And right now I'm creating a color style, which is going to be magenta, descriptive magenta, which is going to be this color that I use for describing elements, FF00FF. And then I'm going to be able to access that on the right side easily. So again, you can see, for example, right now that there are these styles on the right side, both text and color, right? So this is a simple, library of local styles that we have on the right side that I can now use for elements that I'm going to be working with. That's basically the first part of our design system. I'm now creating a headline 0, a headline that is even bigger than H1 whenever we need, really, really big text. I'm reorganizing that, moving that to the very top, and you can see that we have all these text styles. Just moving stuff around right now. So now you can see the library on the right side, the text styles, the color styles. There is just one color style right now, but we're gonna keep adding colors. I decided to hide the background of the status bar so that it's transparent actually, which is the actual look that we get in the end, right? So I'm removing these elements or renaming them. You can see that I can remove the dynamic island because we get that from the device overlay in the prototype mode. So even though there is no rectangle, there's still gonna be one in the prototype mode because that's like Figma's default device overlay. Same with the bottom bar where I'm gonna hide the background so that it is transparent. So I'm renaming this frame to test screen. I'm gonna be using this. First of all, I'm adding a flow starting point that's called test, so that we can then switch between flows on the left side whenever we launch the prototype mode. Okay, so now I'm figuring out that I can't actually see the device in the preview mode overlay like this. But whenever I place something on the test screen, you can see that it updates in the prototype mode or in the preview mode. Depends on what you want to call it. And right now I'm creating a new text style for a button text. This means that I'm going to be starting to create a button component soon, which is exciting because that's the first actual component and not just a style that we're going to be really using, apart from, of course, the safe zones. Yeah, let's see what's gonna happen next. So the first thing I'm gonna have to do is create an auto layout around the button. So the button text, that is. So I'm duplicating the text object, then that's gonna be Shift A. I just pressed Shift A to create an auto layout, and I'm gonna rename this to button. The next step would be creating an icon placeholder, I believe. So we're gonna create a quite complicated component where we're gonna have an icon on the left and the right side. Both of these are gonna be optional, so we're gonna be using component properties, I believe is the right term. And the goal here is to create a flexible component that we can, swap, where we can swap the icons easily and also select whether we wanna, show them actually. Okay, so I just created a new white color style that I named black, which I then reverted by adjusting the color to black. The main button is going to be black, of course, and then we are going to create a white color style. So we now have a black color style, white color style, and the descriptive magenta. I'm creating a separate folder for the magenta color so that it's hidden, and I'm gonna link the button text color to white. And right now I'm just adjusting the padding of the auto layout and preparing this component. Right now I'm creating the placeholder, the icon placeholder design. So I'm just gonna put in some random shapes like a circle and two lines forming an X, a cross. So it doesn't really matter what I put in here. It's basically just for me to immediately see that this is just a placeholder, right? I'm using again, the descriptive magenta color style for this. I duplicated the instance of this within the button auto layout, and I put that on the right side so that it's the second icon. I'm rounding the corners, and the next step would be, I believe, I actually turned this into a component already. So the button is now a component. And what I'm going to do next is create a variant. And this one is going to be a secondary button, right? So that's going to be first the primary one. I'm using variant properties, editing these to match what's on there. So this one is not going to have a fill, but it's going to have a black stroke, right? That's the second one. And you're going to see me again struggling a little bit with setting up the component, the instance swap property, where we can switch the icons. So again, there's going to be some back and forth. At first, I selected the first icon and then creating a component property for visibility. So as you can see, I selected the instance within the component, then went to select both of them, layer, this icon, create property, and then icon right. So the result of this is going to be, if I place this component, is that I'm going to be able to turn on and off these individual icons, as you can see right now. I'm also going to be able to switch button types. Now I'm again selecting the icons and creating an instance swap property, or select icon, as you can see. So I'm going to be able to swap this for a different component, right? That means a different icon component. You're going to see later what I exactly mean by that. So this property is going to be called select icon left. And then similar to the left one, the second one is going to be select icon right. Okay. And this is the final result so far on the right side. I'm rearranging the properties. You can see that I can turn the icons on and off, and I can also select, swap these for a different component. So for now, I can switch it to any component, but I'm going to restrict this by setting preferred values. You're going to see what that is later. So I'm creating another component, okay, another icon. And this one is going to be a right arrow icon, okay? Icon right arrow. And I'm going to create this arrow. First, actually set the preferred values to include this icon right arrow, as I said. And now we can swap these, right? Preferred. And we got these preferred components, which are these two on the left side. I'm now creating the arrow using the pen tool. And aligning this, creating a line. And now if I use an instance, I can select this as an arrow, right? So I can easily swap these components that are within the button. I'm just editing the icon. And similar for the right one, okay? So that's swap properties for you there. I'm setting up the preferred values. This is getting a bit complicated, so feel free to watch this sequence, but essentially I'm just setting this up so that we get an instance of a button where we can easily change the icons and easily turn on or off the icon. And right now I am creating a text property so that we can use the right Figma bar to change the text, as you can see me doing right now. I'm rearranging the properties again. And so here comes the problem. I just found out that it's not going to be as easy to match the icon colors, which is, I think, going to result in me creating these icons in two variants. So the icons on the left side are going to have a light variant, which means that they're going to be white for dark backgrounds. And then they're going to have a dark variant, which means for light backgrounds. So one of the variants is going to go to the primary button variant, and another one is going to be optimized for the secondary button variant. So right now you can see me sitting there thinking, what am I going to do next? How I'm going to solve this problem, which is all a part of the process, right? So you can see everything, you can see the whole process, including me not knowing what to do next, which is, I assure you, a big part of my job. Okay, so now I'm creating two variants for each icon. I'm going to place them next to each other using auto layout, and I am going to make them dark and light, as I said. Right, and I'm going to also create a gradient background for this component so that we can actually see the second icon. Right, so one of the sides of the component is going to be white, another one is going to be black when it comes to background, so we can see both versions. I pasted the fill to the second component as well. And now we have two icons with two variants, and I'm gonna have to be creating from now on all upcoming icons with the same logic. That means two variants, one light, one dark. I'm also renaming the variant property to be basically color and then light or dark. So that's dark, that's light. And now I'm finding out that I'm gonna have to do nested instances, exposed properties from nested instances, so that I can change the color of the icons on the button instance. I'm gonna show you what I mean in a second. So when I use the instance, right? When I click on the instance, which I'm gonna do any minute now, I'm gonna have to probably I'm detaching these components, which I then am gonna have to reattach back, because again, that's the back end force that I am talking about. Right, so now you can see that if I reset everything with the button instance, you can see that I can change the icon color. And here you can see me reattaching these icons again. Visibility works. So you can see me really struggling right now. I feel stuck in the process right now, and I have to get it back together. So right now I'm using an instance of the button, and hopefully I'm gonna be back in the process soon, right? So So if I now swap the icon, there we go, finally. So now you can see that when I change the button types, I can then change the icon colors to match the button type, right? So that's what I was talking about. I finally got around to finally do this. So again, when you change the icon, when you swap the icon using the swap property, you're gonna then using nested component properties, which is the icon left and the icon right, you're gonna be able to change the colors, which I am doing right now, okay? So that's again, playing around with the visibility and with the swapping the icons, and yeah, there we go. That's the point that I wanted to get to. So you can see that it took me quite some time to really get unstuck in the process. That's just something that happens. Sometimes you get confused and you have to go back and then back and forth. It can get lengthy in the process, right? So I'm gonna be now probably moving on to creating another icons, and then I'm gonna be styling the button probably to move this forward. So this icon is gonna be a leftward pointing arrow. So I'm just gonna flip what I already have, and now when I want to change that, I'm gonna use a different icon, as you can see, and then also I can disable it and enable it. When I switch the types, I'm changing the colors, and that's just the way we're gonna have to do things with this design system. You can easily change the text, it's responsive and everything, so that's good. There is probably also a better way to do this with variables, but I wanted to make this basically make this whole project with free features, with free Figma features. So right now I'm gonna play with gradients. I'm gonna create a different look for the button. I'm gonna make it plastic a little bit, just to make it pop. I'm gonna also be experimenting with shadows, and then I'm gonna probably move on to button pressed state. So you're gonna see me now playing around with the shadow, with the inner shadow actually, that I'm not sure that I'm gonna keep. But yeah, right now I'm just experimenting with the button visual design. I'm also experimenting with adding a button glow by using a blurred layer, by using a blurred ellipse, but I'm not sure that's really gonna work, so I think I'm gonna again revert back. So you can see me now adding more space to our component, also still experimenting with the shadow, but I am preparing for adding new variants. So I think I'm going to do that right now. So I'm selecting the first one and then copy that to create another variant. This variant is going to be pressed. And I think what I'm trying to do here is basically experiment with the look of the design, the look of the button design when it's pressed down. So whenever you are currently tapping the button, I want to alter the appearance slightly to reflect that action. So right now I'm setting up the actual appearance of the pressed state. As you can see, I'm experimenting with the fill, with the gradient, changing stuff around. The goal here is to make the button look as a dent instead of an actual object that pops out of the frame towards the user, but kind of in the opposite direction now. So that's why I'm flipping the gradient, or I'm about to at least, to kind of make it seem as if it's pressed inside of the surface. By utilizing inner shadows and drop shadows and gradients and borders, you can achieve a look like this. You can kind of mimic this situation, even though there's actually no 3D object. So it's like a very simple visual illusion, basically. I have some videos on my channel where I actually take advantage of this by making interactive elements seem plastic and 3D. So as you can see, what I just did there while I was talking about my other videos was that I connected the first state to the second state using the prototype panel on the right side. And then I just defined that this is going to be smart animate and it's going to be while pressing. I'll actually be setting up the secondary pressed state as well. So you're gonna get a chance to see that again. Right, so again, I changed the button in the hover in the pressed state to pure black. And I'm right now just testing what's the best timing, what's the best like visual change. So kind of again experimenting, iterating on this change. I'm adjusting the times. Basically, I'm trying to figure out the optimal speed, what feels natural, essentially. Yeah, so using Alt and dragging this variant, I created another variant of the button, of the secondary button. That's going to be secondary pressed. And I'm going to, again, connect these two while pressing, change to type secondary pressed, right? It's going to be identical to the first one. And right now, what I need to do is change these, the look of the secondary pressed button, right? So already you can see a change. I think I changed the stroke there. So that's the only change so far. Right now I switched to 100% size and I was trying to figure out how to actually scroll towards the bottom of the device. Took me a while there. So yeah, so what I'm going to do now, as you can see, I'm adding some effects. I'm trying to figure out if I can make this look, even more convincing, more interactive, more engaging. So again, there's going to be some experimenting and going back and forth. I'm utilizing a white fill with the multiply filter, multiply blend mode applied. because the inner shadow doesn't work without a fill. But at the same time, I want to keep the button transparent, which means that I'm going to use a color like white with the multiply effect, which means darkening, but the white color cannot darken anything behind the object. So it's basically just a fake fill essentially. And that makes the inner shadow work, as you can see on the screen right now. There's actually, it looks like a dent in the screen right now. So again, using the stroke gradient to play around with the button. So right now I think I'm adjusting the primary default variant of the button to change the default look of this. So that we get, I'm just trying to, again, just figuring out what feels best to me, what feels the most natural. So as you can see, adjusting and tweaking this various settings of filters and of colors and so on is a big part of my process, where I just keep experimenting and trying to figure out what looks best to me, and that's takes a big chunk of the time that I spent designing. Like, granted, this is mostly just visual design. This is not really UX. This is just me, obsessing over details that I could theoretically leave at, for later. But my process is very visual focused when assembling apps like this or websites, because with Figma, it's very easy, right? It's very easy to have this iterative, nonlinear process where you can focus on visuals earlier in the process than previously normal. So right now what I'm doing, I am putting text on my test screen and I'm preparing a test page. I think I'm going to be, just adding some text. You can see me using the text tool and then utilizing the right panel by selecting a different text style. So just going to finish writing and then I'm going to hit escape. And now I'm going to select the object and select a body one text style. Now you can see the design system in action. Now you can see why you want to prepare these styles, because it's then easy to create new pages and quickly set up your text styles. I'm adjusting now the line height of this text style, so I'm adjusting the text style directly, so I'll be affecting all the objects that will share this text style. I'm creating a new color style called gray 1. As you can see, I'll then apply that to the text, to the body text. Throughout the tutorial, of course, I'm going to be creating a lot of different colors. So far we just have 4, or basically 3, because one of them is the magenta. So that's going to be there's going to be a lot of colors that I'll be adding. Well, not that many, but quite a few. So the text says that as we continue developing the design system, we'll be adding more elements. That's exactly right. We're going to be adding like accordions, form fields, and other elements as we go. So right now I'm starting to rearrange the design system. I'm gonna make some more room for upcoming stuff. So basically right now what you can see me doing is just moving stuff around to make more space, to separate the design system from the actual design, which is going to be on the right side, and the design system is going to be on the left side of the canvas. I'm also using these headlines with the magenta to describe individual parts of the design system. So for example, we have icons right now, text styles, and then we have the button. Yes, and we'll be adding more. I just typed in buttons, but we're gonna have just one button component. Actually, I think I haven't created any other button components. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to prepare more pages, more frames for our, sections, individual sections of the app. So if I recall correctly, we do have the dashboard, then we have list, connect, and I forgot the last one. That's probably going to be learn. Yes, learn. So I'm creating just basically placeholders for these pages. They're just frames with names, with headlines. And as you can see, we have the status bar component on the top that has the clock and the Wi-Fi symbol and also the battery indicator. Right now, I'm just arranging stuff, arranging these pages. Nothing really that interesting going on right now. However, in a little while, I'm gonna start assembling the bottom app navigation bar which is going to be really, really interesting. And you're going to want to pay close attention, because the process is quite complicated. And I think the time for that is going to be in a few seconds. In a few seconds, I'm going to start building the navigation bar. So the very first thing I'm going to do is use the text tool and type in page 1, as in the first page, right? I'm going to, of course, change these later. And then I'm going to create a frame. It's going to be 32 points. And this is going to be an icon, a placeholder for an icon for a section of the app, right? So I'm going to just put in a placeholder, right? Number 1 with a cross, again, just to see that this is just something to be finalized later on in the process. And yeah, so I'm going to be preparing 4 of these. I'm just flipping it. And I'm going to think at first around the corners, of course. Select both of them and Shift A, add auto layout. This auto layout is going to have a padding of 12 and 12, and I'm going to rename that to, I'm not sure if I'm renaming that right now, but this is basically the first control, right? So that's page 1, makes sense. And we're going to have this, yeah, item 1 also makes sense. We're going to have this 4 times. So I'm going to, I think, duplicate it right about now. There we go. Of course, page 2. And because we have an auto layout, whenever I change the, the title, page 3, the width of the element is going to be reflected. So we have now page 1 through 4. And what I'm going to do next is adjust these numbers to reflect which page they belong to. And the next thing I believe is gonna be just taking all of this and putting that inside of a parent auto layout, right? So selecting all of these, Shift A, and we're gonna have very small paddings. We're gonna have a black background, some corner radius, border radius, and then we're going to have a gray background of the navigation actually. So this is going to have a very tiny padding. I think I finally went for like 2 or 4, very, very tiny. Right now I'm trying to match the rounding of the outer auto layout to match what's inside of it so that it looks smooth, similar to what we did with the battery icon. I just turned this into a component. Okay, so now we have a component, and this component is going to be called, let's see, bottom bar. So we're going to use this component, an instance of this component, to create another component, right? So we now have component bottom bar, which has all these elements, and then we have an instance of this component, and that's nested inside of another component, right? So we have bottom bar navigation and then bottom bar inside of it, as you can see on the top left. And I'm now creating variants for this second component. We're gonna have 4 of those, and they're gonna be reflecting each, the state of where you're currently at inside of the app. Yeah, so what you can see me doing right now, I'm trying to visually demonstrate what's happening with the structure. So you can see me kind of explaining visually that each of these variants of the second component contains an instance of the first component. So whenever we change, the first component, the second component is also going to change everywhere, right? So that's important for this structure to understand that this is going on. And as you can see, I'm going now one by one, and then I'm going to be hiding whichever pages we are not currently on. So we want to enable only page 1 in the first variant, page 2 in the second variant, and so on, as you can see right now. So these layers are hidden, but it's still the first component, right? So the link is not broken. Whenever we make a change with this first component, as you can see right now, it's going to be reflected. So the fact that we've hidden some layers doesn't mean the component link is broken. Yeah, as you can see, I have like 2 points of padding on the first component. And when I change the background of the first variant, of the first page to white, you can see it's going to be reflected everywhere, even though the other layers are going to have, other variants are going to have a hidden layer, the headline. So I'm now going through the variants of the second component, and I am basically overriding the background of these individual pages, right? So I'm now just adjusting the corner rounding, and I'm gonna be selecting the active page, the active element, and then changing the background to highlight that it's actually active. So still just adjusting corners. And paddings. And of course, rounding the corners on the individual pages, items as well. So I'm changing the background now to a more opaque white, and then I will just copy that background to page 2, page 3 in the third variant, and page 4 in the fourth variant, right? So we're just highlighting whichever page is active, whichever item is active, that one is being highlighted. And now I think I'm gonna be doing the prototyping. So I'm gonna select the first page, and then I'm gonna go to prototype, right? The first page across all these variants. So that's item 1. I'm selecting that manually in the left layer panel. I'm selecting all of these first items to then go to prototype and connect all of these at once to the first page. Okay, so the reason why I'm doing this is because whenever we place this component, this second component, that's bottom bar navigation, every time wherever you place this component on whatever page, if you click page 1, you're going to go to the first page, right? So basically we're doing prototyping on the component level, which is way more efficient than using instances of this component and then setting up the prototyping on each individual page, right? So this is basically a way how you can define where this leads to on the component level. So now I'm selecting the second page and linking all of these to page 2, right? Makes sense. And I'm going to do the same for page 3 on the component, on the bottom bar navigation component, and page 4. And of course, I'm keeping Smart Animate everywhere because we want to animate the menu, right? And because there's one thing that I'm gonna specify later, but if you're doing Smart Animate on these transitions, you need to pay attention to then make sure that animation is not happening where you don't want it. I'm gonna clarify that later. But right now I have used an instance of the second component of the bottom bar navigation component, and I'm placing matching variants of this component onto these individual screens. So on page 3, I'm going to be placing a variant with page 3 enabled and so on. So I'm just going to place all of these, and I think right now I'm going to test this. I'm going to be adding a flow starting point, navigation test, and I'm going to launch the prototype again. It's loading. And if we then change the flow and then I click on these individual items, you can see how I keep switching pages, and at the same time I am, it's being animated. So notice how we have this neat little animation of the navigation bar. It looks very engaging. I really enjoy animated menus like this. It also functions as intended. It takes you to a different page, right? Notice the headline switching numbers. That's all that we need. So basically the prototyping logic is now set up, and what we need to do now is finish the visuals for this menu, right? And of course, what I wanted to say earlier is that since we do have a Smart Animate right now, whenever Figma sees two matching layer names and they're in different positions or different colors, it's going to be animating those layers. So that maybe isn't really what you want to necessarily do, because if you have like a container called page content on page 2 and 3, and you transition from page 2 to page 3, then this content is being animated, and that might give you undesirable results. So you're gonna have to change layer names to basically compensate, to basically turn off or override the Smart Animate feature of Figma, which automatically matches layer names. And basically what you can see me do right now is thinking of names for individual pages, individual sections, because I'm creating the contents of the app as I go along with creating the design. So I'm just thinking about what would be the most interesting, logical, or the easiest thing to, how we could actually conceptualize these sections. And in the end, I decide to go for a list. Yep, that's right. We do have a list. Then we need to think of the third name, which is going to be connect, I think. And as you can see, it is indeed taking me a while. Yep. Connect. There we go. And the last one is just going to be learn. So right now I'm going to be creating, first of all, rewriting these names. And as you can see, thanks to the structure that we have created, whenever we change a section name in this component, it's going to change absolutely everywhere. And also the layers you cannot see right now are being changed as well. So notice how everywhere we got these changed names. That's really, really good. Makes it the whole process really efficient. So that's a very, very cool trick that you should remember because it saves you a ton of time. And of course, I'm rewriting the headlines to match the new names. Now I'm experimenting with making the first icon kind of like a chart, but in the end I decided to go for a tile design, which is better in my opinion. So the reason I decided to discard this concept was it simply looked too complicated visually. So as you can see, I'm experimenting with drop shadows, with zero blur and a spread to create the circle around the smaller circle. But this is just for, in case you're interested, because this icon is actually not going to be used in the final result. But still, I believe I created one separate video on a similar icon. So you can go and check out that video on my channel if you're interested. So I'm creating a black gradient from top to bottom, from fully visible to fully transparent. And if you have noticed just now, the rectangle in the background started moving, which is exactly what I mentioned earlier with the smart animate, animating layers that you don't want to be animated essentially. So what I did, I basically made sure both of these layers were the same size, and then that animation actually stopped. So you can see me experimenting with different icon backgrounds, and I'm just now realizing that this might not be the direction to go. So I think I actually decide to remove it, as you can see right now, and then start with a new design that's focused more on tiles, right? So dashboard is a very frequent page that you can see in apps and web apps. So the icon is also quite well known. You basically get these tiles, so that's what I decided to go for in the end. This is going to be a lot of back and forth, a lot of experimentation, and trying to get the icons to work well visually. Nothing too complicated there, but it's just a lengthy process. So I'm going to be experimenting with different position of these elements, different sizes, different opacities, and let's see what I come up with in the end. So as you can see, in the end, I decided to go for a very simple design. I basically just used two tiles. One of them is transparent or translucent, and one of them is fully opaque. I'm also going to be experimenting with borders, so I'm going to be using a stroke to make this work visually. And I'm also experimenting with a shadow for this menu, but in the end, I think I decided to leave that without a shadow. So right now I'm about to create the list icon. All of these icons are going to be very simple, so you can just watch and see how this is done. Nothing too complicated there. So it's just basic shapes with colors and different opacities. And as you can see, the connect icon is going to be a very simple icon of a person consisting of one circle and one rounded rectangle. The top corners of this rectangle are way more rounded than the bottom ones. And of course, the circle is, fully rounded. And these two shapes create this nice little icon of a person. In the end, this part of the app, the connect part of the app, the section is gonna be a list, is gonna be a leaderboard, and we're gonna basically be using the button component instances for that, right? So one icon left right now, and after I finalize the last icon, which is going to be the learn icon, that's going to be the light bulb, I'm going to be turning these icons into components. And again, the reason for this is that we want to have all these icons, all these resources systemized in one single place. We want to be able to basically make any changes from one single place for all these icons and just maintain the consistency and the logic of the design system. So right now you can see me actually thinking about what I'm gonna do, like what icon I'm gonna have, and in the end I decided to go for a light bulb. I'm gonna be using a simple circle with another rectangle, and then I'm gonna do a shape union selection to basically merge these two shapes, create a smoothing, a corner smoothing, and then I'm gonna round the corners at the very bottom, as you can see right now, and then also place additional object like this over the first one to have two separate colors for this part of the icon. So I'm just gonna duplicate this, move that upwards, merge this one, and now smooth the corners and set the opacity to full. So if I smooth the corners now, you can see we have a nice light bulb icon. So the icons are finished. I'm just gonna have to make sure that we turn these into actual components, hide the backgrounds as you can see me doing right now. And yeah, now we are ready to turn these into components. That's gonna be a very simple process because we basically just take the icons, then make components from those, and then use instances of these and put them back into the menu. I'm also experimenting with a stroke for this menu, but I think I decided to discard that. I decided not to go for a stroke on this menu. So this is just an experiment. So right now you can see me setting the status bar to be fixed, to stop at the top edge. And also what I'm going to do now is actually create a gradient for this status bar to make sure that we get a nice flow or continuous flow of colors, to make it look really smooth. So I'm just examining where I need to move this gradient to, which seems to be about this position, so that it blends in nicely with the rest of the app. The same goes for the bottom one, as you can see me selecting right now. And I'm basically just iterating on the look of all of this and examining whether we need to make any more adjustments. Which I don't think we do, because I really like the state of the design as it is right now. So I think that's satisfactory. Right now I'm trying to find the menu where I can select all with the same instance, which selects all the instances across all these pages. And then I'm going to go to prototype and select fixed, stay at the bottom edge, stay in place basically. Similar with the menu, select all instances, prototype, and then fixed, stay in place, which is gonna fix all of that in place, what should remain in a fixed position on the screen at all times. So right now we can see me removing the icons from the base component, from the bottom bar component. And now I'm gonna turn these into components themselves and return them back as I specified a few minutes back. Additionally, I'm going to create a dark version for these to essentially use not within the context of the menu, but in the context of the individual screens. So I will be experimenting with putting these next to headlines, which I then also decide to discard. I decided to not do that, and I will basically then remove them again. But the inverse color version of the icons still remains, so I don't think we need to remove those. But yeah, that's just what's going to happen next. As you can see, I'm now renaming individual variants of the app section icons component, and I will now use instances of these. First of all, make any adjustments necessary, and then I'm going to use instances of these within the menu. So I am now placing these instances into the icon frame and centering those to make sure they are visible, which they are not right now. I need to select each of them and then Option H and Option V to center that within the context of that frame. Took me a while to realize this, but it got there in the end. And the same needs to happen for all of these. So all of these are identical now. We're gonna just change the variant of this on the right side of Figma, as you can see me do in a few seconds. So for example, learn, change to learn. First, we rearrange these values so that they follow the order of the icons, dashboard, list, connect, learn, and now we can change these individual variants. So as you can see right now, I'm experimenting with the before mentioned icons in the headline areas, which I decided to revert back from. So right now I'm just cleaning up and rearranging the design system, which currently means removing hidden fields in the case of these icons, which is what I just did. And I am then gonna just shuffle some stuff around to again make room for additional elements, move the design system part to the left side of the screen and keep the rest on the right. So basically just cleaning up, maintaining to make sure that we are able to easily navigate within the project file and that it's also understandable should anyone else ever work with this file apart from us who actually are designing this. Let's say always a nice practice. It's always great to think about other designers when creating stuff because you never know when you're gonna have to get back to your file, and you might as well be a different person because after a certain time period you simply forget what you meant by some obscure things that you left in the file. So right now you can see me also, I think I might be creating some new color styles, but for now I'm just creating a section for colors. I'm also gonna move this element over here and just in general clean things up and make sure they are understandable. And so right now, I'm beginning to assemble the dashboard screen, which means I'm gonna be just typing in some stuff to then use on this page. I believe that this page is just going to be a few lines of text along with accordion components and some other elements that I honestly can't remember what these were right now. However, it's going to be exciting in a couple of minutes because we're going to be creating an accordion component from scratch. So an interactive component, very exciting stuff, very a bit complicated, but I'm sure you're gonna understand it very, very quickly because there's just a few critical steps you need to understand and the rest is very easy. And here is the undesirable effect of smart animation. So we're going to have to rename these layers to make sure the rectangle isn't moving when we are changing pages. Right, so we still want to keep the menu animated, but we don't want to animate the rest. The solution: change the layer name. And so right now we can see me assembling these two objects, which is the text object, the headline accordion, and the arrow that I have just created. We're gonna turn this into an auto layout and rename this auto layout to accordion, set the spacing to auto to make sure we get this functionality, and then add some padding on the sides and top and bottom. The borders of this accordion are going to be gray, but very light gray, which means I'm going to select a light gray color and then add that to our color styles library. I think the addition to the library might come later in the video, but we do now have the stroke with a hex code CC, C, and 3 more times C. So I'm gonna actually set the accordion headline to fill container. I don't know why I set auto. I think it's gonna have to be definitely, well, it could be auto, but also the accordion headline, this one needs to be set to fill container. So what I just did, I basically created a sub auto layout for the accordion contents, and then within the accordion auto layout, I added another text object, which is going to be the text that's going to be revealed when we actually expand the accordion. This one will be fill container, and spacing will be small, like 12. And now we can see when I hide this text layer, thanks to the auto layout, we do get the accordion behavior, which is exactly what we need. I'm going to move it over here, and then also I'm going to have to turn this into a component. So I need to figure out a way to use this arrow so that when it rotates, it actually doesn't change the dimensions of, its container. So I'm going to have to shrink the container, which is the drop-down component. I'm going to have to shrink this, and then it can be rotated without any, impairment on the parent elements. So component, variant, and hide the text in the first variant, of course, renaming. Variant properties, collapsed and expanded. And then we can hide the text in the first variant to create a collapsed variant. First, I'm going to connect both of these to a component property called accordion contents or accordion text, so that we can change this through the right Figma bar. The same for the headline. And I think I now use an instance of this, and you can see that we now have the headline and text contents on the right side. I'm still playing around with the visual design, with the paddings, and with the look of this. And yep, hide the first layer. And notice on the right side how we have these controls. Yeah, rotate the arrow to reflect that state. Brilliant. Still adjusting the spacing, the paddings. And now I need to set this inner auto layout to fill container to, of course, be responsive. And same goes for the headline, which I'm about to discover very soon. I'm not sure if now, but maybe when I use it. Now, of course, rounding necessary, especially for interactive elements, to make them, more pleasant, look more pleasant, more inviting to click on. And yeah, now you can see how I'm able to change the states on the right Figma panel. And I think I'm going to set the prototyping now, right? So connect the second one through the prototype, and on tab change to expanded smart animate. That's great. Same goes for the second state. However, I'm gonna only do that on the headline and arrow container, right? So now if I use this on my dashboard screen and launch the prototype, you can see how we have a nice interactive accordion component. Very quick, very easy. Just a few steps that you need to remember, and that's it. I added a fill, and also I'm going to add a shadow for the expanded variant. Beautiful. It looks, more 3D whenever I enable it. So that's awesome. And yep, now we just need to finish the rest of the page. And hopefully I'm going to notice soon that the headline needs adjusting. So it's nicely responsive for the text, at least looks good. But the problem is going to come when I need to put in a longer headline. And here it is. I discovered that we need to do fill container, brilliant, and that we need to actually do a very small spacing in this containing auto layout. Right, so now even with a longer headline, you can get a behavior that's, just the way you intended. So I now can see that I mixed up the headline and the paragraph, which will then result in me swapping these two properties on the component, so that we first get the headline and then the text, so that it actually follows the order of, the visual order, which it doesn't right now. And that's confusing, and you can see the consequences of this just now. So yeah, this is just some, placeholder content. I'm talking about what we're going to learn about in this video, which you obviously already know, but it's just to, that's what was on my mind. So I decided to just write that down. Yeah, and the accordion component is basically complete. Now we are just going to use instances of this. You can see that it's fully interactive. It's going to expand that, collapse that, and I'm going to use another instance of this and do something different. Of course, auto layout for both of these. And now I can see that if I wrap them inside of an auto layout and set both of these to fill container, they're going to get responsive. And because all of the elements inside of the accordion are responsive as well, we get this behavior. By the way, if you're interested in building an accordion in Figma, I do have a separate video just on an accordion, just on this component. So you can then, after you finish watching this video, of course, you can then go and watch that. But I think this is just the gist of this component, and it's nothing really too, you don't really need to, do anything extra except for what we just did when it comes to a functional accordion component. So basically right now, I'm just adjusting contents for the accordions, nothing too complicated there. Thanks to the component properties that we have used, we can adjust that easily from the right panel without, touching the layers, trying to figure out where are the layers that we need to adjust and so on. Very simple and very powerful to use, especially with components, especially with more complicated design system is what I try to say. And of course, as I'm writing this down right now, if you want to support the channel, support free videos like this, free design education videos, definitely, if you can, please purchase the source file for this app. You can find the link in the description below. You will get a great learning resource and you'll be able to see what I created throughout this tutorial, and you're going to be able to build upon this in your upcoming projects, and you will support more content like this. So definitely go check that out. Thank you so much. And let's continue with designing this app. So yeah, the next thing that we're going to be doing is a sub page within the dashboard screen. So right now I'm still just playing around with all these, accordions, but then after we're done with that, we're going to actually create a sub page within the dashboard screen. So we're going to be adding a button and then an interaction to go from dashboard to that page, and of course back to afford a clear and understandable navigation for our potential users. So right now, as you can see, I set up a vertical scroll on this page, which means that we're able to scroll down this page and see the accordion content when it's expanded. I'm also changing the headline of the accordions to a I also changed the font. I also changed the headline of the accordions to a slightly smaller headline to make it more compact. And this is a title that's going to present basically the subheadline and the button that will lead us to another sub page. So we need to use an instance of the button, which I'm going to do any minute now. And then I'm going to connect that in prototype mode to a newly created frame. As you can see right now, I got a bit stuck, hesitating what to write, but I am now ready with the auto layout, which I use for the headline and the subheadline, and also fill container on both of these text objects to make it responsive like this. And now the instance of our button component, which is going to take us to the different page after we set up the interaction. Now you can see me using the instance swap property to change this right icon to a rightwards arrow, and also changing the button text to sub page. Now, nothing happens, obviously, because we both haven't created the next page frame and haven't set up any prototyping actions. So, of course, nothing happens, just the basic component interaction, which turns the button to its pressed state. As you can see, I put all of these objects to an auto layout, or at least I'm about to, in order to push the content down when you expand these accordions. Okay, here comes the auto layout, Shift A for all these objects. The name of this auto layout is page content with a 24-point spacing. And now when we click an accordion, it actually pushes the rest of the content down. So that's the best advantage of using auto layout. Now here comes the second page, the second frame, where I'm actually going to assemble the content for the sub page. I'm at first removing everything, of course, building this whole page from scratch and duplicating the headline, and I'm going to call this sub page, I think. Yes, that's correct. And then I'm going to also just put in a button that I'm going to use for a back to the previous page functionality. So as you can see, I'm using the left icon, but not the right icon. That one I'm gonna turn off, and I'm just gonna keep the left arrow and also I think remove the stroke in order to create this type of a button that all of us are familiar with. So this essentially becomes a very simple button with just an arrow and a sign, a headline that says back. While at the same time, it utilizes the structure of the button to have a rather significant touch area. So you don't have to click on the headline, the small button headline, the small button text that says back, or the arrow. You can click just in the general area of the button, which is great for good UX. You want to have these easy to press. So as you can see, I selected the button on the previous page and connected that to the next page, the sub page. And right now I'm just determining what kind of an interaction I'm going to use for the transition, what type of animation, sorry. So I want to use this move in, this slide in animation where the previous screen gets overlaid with a black overlay. partially transparent, but I'm just getting the animation, and it's gonna take me a while to figure out the correct interaction to get this to work again. As you can see, I also selected the back button on the next page and then created an interaction that is gonna basically move you back. So if you missed that, sorry, feel free to rewind that back. But essentially you got one button pointing to the next page and this button pointing to whichever page you came from. So that's the on tab back interaction. Still figuring it out. And the correct interaction is slide in. So this is the result that I wanted to go for. This is what I tried to set up the whole time. So this is the sub page within the dashboard section of the app. And we got this nice interaction that basically is very intuitive, because the new page kind of flies in and overlays over the old page visually, which is, it's easy for the user to basically understand what's happening and where in the app is he actually right now. Right, so this is basically how you navigate to a different page when using the prototype mode, using a button action. So very simple and very frequently used. So whenever you connect an object to another frame, you basically create a link, essentially. So I feel like this is very intuitive, and it's shared across like all the prototyping tools, or at least the ones that I am familiar with. So that's really really self-explanatory. Okay, as you can see, I removed the icon from the headline and just experimenting with a different layout, experimenting with H0 with a huge headline. So what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to paste a frame within this auto layout that is going to be basically overlapping or sticking out of the constraints of or out of the apparent constraints of the other objects. So as you can see me writing down right now, I think we should create one visually dominant element. So this page content has a little bit of extra space on the sides. And then I'm creating another auto layout within that auto layout and creating some more extra space, extra padding there to basically be able to, now this is complicated to explain, but essentially I'm going to be able to paste in a frame that's going to expand beyond the left and right edges of the remaining content, essentially what I'm doing right now. And yet I want it to be a part of the auto layout, but it needs to be one level up, right? So now we create a new auto layout, add padding, and now the text looks aligned even though its parent element is actually bigger. Okay, so we are compensating for this difference. And I'm creating a black frame that we are going to then use as a container for the graph, for the minutes spent learning, right? So far it's just some text, but we're going to keep adding elements. And you can see me thinking about what I should do next. And you can see that I came up with a concept of minutes spent learning. So here I essentially want to do a chart that you might have seen at the beginning with the final result. So this auto layout, this black background auto layout, is going to have to contain another frame that I'm going to create on the side here. And that frame is going to contain the graph. Okay, so I'm going to paste that in, change the direction of the auto layout, and now I'm just going to start preparing the elements within this frame. So I pasted in another headline, and this headline is going to be used for dates. So this is going to be the x-axis of the chart, and it's going to be used at the very bottom. I'm thinking about how to position these elements so that they, kind of make sense visually when connected with the contents of the chart. But in the end, I believe that I left this as it is now. I'm just kind of exploring better ways to arrange this. I'm rewriting the dates to actually show consecutive days. And now I'm gonna create the actual chart, which becomes very buggy when you're trying to create a path within the auto layout. So I'm gonna take this elsewhere to the side, and then I'm gonna paste this path inside of this chart container. I pressed enter, and I am moving these individual vertices to make something like a chart, and then rounding the corners to create a smooth look. And also I'm using round path ends, and now I pasted this whole chart inside of this container. I'm gonna make it white, and then also I'm gonna make, I believe, a circle with a shadow with no blur to create the indicator at the very end of the chart. So yeah, all the dates are now in an auto layout, and I stretch it across the whole container and made the spacing auto so that it kind of spaces out evenly. And finally, I decided to go for a number format date to fit more days within this chart. So essentially it's going to be the past week, the past 7 days, so that we can then, construct claims around having a 7-day or 1 week streak of learning. So I created 2 extra vertices, pressed enter, select all of them, and then distribute horizontal spacing. That way, these are going to be spread out evenly, horizontally, these vertices, and I can then press enter and then move around with these individual vertices, which you'll then see me do in a moment. Enter, select individual vertices, and then move them using arrows. Now I duplicated this path, pressed enter, selected the path, the pen tool, and then completed the path to create an additional like a shadow path beneath. So I then selected individual corners and then set the corner radius to 0 for the top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right corners, which then enables me to set a different fill to this path, and using a gradient I'm creating this nice effect. When I then turn down the opacity of this fill, we get this little nice glowy, I guess, effect on a chart. It's kind of subtle, but I believe that it works great within the context of this design. You can see the chart nicely coming together. It's basically just one curvy line and then another object beneath with the same top side, similar to the curvy line. I then reduce the opacity of these dates, as you can see. And now I'm experimenting with a different position of these curves, right? I think I put them all into a frame, these objects, but that's not really necessary. It could be directly in the frame, in the container. Doesn't really matter that much. I'm duplicating one of the dates to create a fully white little tagline. And I think I'm going to do the 1 week, no, actually the amount of minutes that we've spent learning over the last day, which is going to be 137 minutes. Around the corners. And just checking how it looks. Yep, that's right. Yesterday, 137 minutes. Align that to the left. And now we need to create this connecting line. Also, the circle at the right end of the chart. So this is going to be the line. It's going to be white and it's going to be a dashed line. Going to play around with these values to get whichever line looks good to me. And all that remains now is the circle, which means oh, and also I'm experimenting with different positions of these objects, but in the end I still decided to go for the version where the yesterday 137 claim is all the way to the left. Can see that this doesn't really work that well in my view. The layout looks kind of broken, and just overall I think this tag, this chip looks better on the left side, like this, exactly like this. So right now I added a shadow to the white line, which really when you combine that with the bottom kind of glow, the white glow, looks really, really nice. It looks kind of plastic and just overall very nice in my view. And also of course the shadow on the chart container. Basically you just need to play around with these values and see what works best for you personally. And also an inner shadow to create a little white glow on the top, I believe. That's going to be very subtle, but still makes it look good. And here comes the circle. That's going to be white with a shadow. So the first one's going to be no blur, a bigger spread and white. The second one stays, I believe, black with partial opacity and then also a blur. So this is now the result for the chart. I think it looks really, really nice. And yeah, a few tricks you can use for your charts to make it look interactive. It's not that complicated. I think I added the headline to an auto layout because I wanted to try a version where there was a right arrow on in the top right corner of the black container, but I think I decided to not do that in the end. So actually there's an auto layout that contains the headline that is actually there for no reason now. Now I'm just checking the final result, and I'm going to move on to, very soon, I'm going to move on to reworking the dashboard screen content to include some new elements, or just making it, I think, better arranged overall. So I just extended the dashboard screen, but given that we have all these elements set to fixed, Figma understands that we don't really want a taller display. We just want to extend the content and kind of make sure that it is scrollable. Okay, so you can see how it's nicely scrollable. Now I'm just adjusting spacing, tweaking small details, and let's see what's going to happen next. So I have just hidden the menu so that we can see better what's beneath. And I'm now rewriting this headline to say list of components. What's actually happened there is that I thought that I'm going to do a list of components on this sub page that you can see right now, this page within the dashboard section. But then I actually realized that the intention here was to create a list of components on the list section. So these edits that I'm making right now are actually being done by mistake. So I'm just going to then revert back to the previous text, whatever it says, and I'm going to keep going. Or actually what I'm going to do here is I believe I'm going to rename this to design system, and the subpage is just going to contain some generic information about what a design system is. But the actual list of components are still going to be on the list page. And very soon I'm going to move on to creating an alert component, which is going to be a info bar, basically, where we're going to show various messages depending on the context. It's going to have multiple colors, it's going to use multiple icons, and it's going to be a very handy, very frequent and popular component used across most of the design systems that I have seen. So with that, I'm going to start with a text object that I'm going to then change to, I believe, body 2. Then I'm going to write down some message like, well done, right? You have successfully done blah, blah, blah. In this case, that's going to be, well done, you've got a 7-day streak. So that's a success message. And the next thing I'm going to do is select this auto layout and then add an icon placeholder, right? So we have an auto layout with an icon placeholder and then a small headline, which is the basis for our alert. And basically that's all there is to it, to an alert component. Right now I'm going to be adding a background. I'm going to be rounding off at the corners and also connecting this this headline to a component property so that we can easily change the text on the right Figma panel, as usual with all these components that we have. So I'm using a green minty color kind of towards the cyan side of things, I believe. And actually from this, I'm going to create another color that I'm going to save as a color style. And that's what I'm putting it over here to the color section of our design system. Create new style, mint green. And I'm then going to use this mint green for our background. And actually, I'm going to have to detach that to be partially transparent. The text doesn't really work with white, so we're going to do partially transparent black, I believe, when it comes to the color of the text. Fill container on the text, of course. Put it inside of the auto layout and then fill container so that it's right below the chart. It's going to display a success message. Now, of course, the next thing we need to do is we still need to connect that to component properties, but we also need to create an icon for this, which is going to be a check mark. Okay, so I'm playing around with paddings. And now here comes the component property, an instance swap property that I'm going to say alert icon. I'm going to name this alert icon. And I'm going to create another icon over here, which is going to be a check mark. And I'm just going to basically move one of those vertices on this down pointing arrow to kind of, create a simple checkmark symbol. Okay, so now if I use an instance of this component, I'm going to be able to easily swap that for a different icon. Again, setting preferred values. One of those preferred values is the checkmark. We're going to have 4 types, I believe. Success, warning, error, and information. So there's going to be 4 different colors of the status bar, of the info bar, of the alert, and 4 different colors and 4 different icons in the end. Now here comes another icon. That one is called warning. And again, it's just basically a cross symbol, right? So I removed one of the sides and then just duplicated and flipped it. Again, that's all there is to it. I'm pressing enter and then adjusting individual vertices. Okay, so that's gonna be, I think I used the wrong name. This is not gonna be the warning, but the error. The warning is supposed to be an exclamation point within a triangle. But I think I'm gonna fix that soon. Yep, there we go. Error instead of warning. Now I'm creating the triangle that I mentioned. It's going to be a rounded triangle, and I'm going to use that in the warning component, which for some reason I'm still, going for this component, which then means that I'm going to have to fix that again. But don't worry, it's going to all work out in the end. So we do have a triangle with an exclamation point. I'll then duplicate the line inside of the triangle, shorten it, and it's going to be an exclamation point right now. So you could see how I changed the name to warning again, right? Yeah, that's just how it is sometimes. So I duplicate this little object and then just gonna flip that to the white color as well. So remove all this, paste inside of this variant. I cannot see it because it's black, but I'm gonna switch the colors and it's gonna be visible against the dark background again, right? So icon in 2 versions, exactly what we need. Now another variant that's gonna be a variant property type, and it's gonna be, we do have warning, we do have error. And that's the point that I realized that I need to use a generic text for all these 3 variants. And the generic text is gonna be edit alert text, right? You can do that on the right panel when you select an instance, right over here, as you can see. And that's where I put in the actual text that I need. Okay, well done. You've got a 7-day streak. Beautiful. Changing the color of the headline to transparent black. And yeah, now I need to actually make these different visually, right? Because there are different types of warnings. So I need to reflect that in the actual design. So So I'm using a warning yellow, orange-ish color for the warning. To basically, this reflects a traffic light colors, right? Go, careful, stop. That's supposed to reflect the severity of these individual variants. Now, of course, this is a reverse order than you would find on a traffic light. So it's success, warning, error. And so I am now assembling the colors from these individual variants. And again, I'm using their non-transparent versions to then reuse in our design system, right? So basically used, when designing this component, I used certain colors, but these colors need to be saved for future reference. And I cannot be using different colors across different components. We need to make it consistent, which means that I'm just going to use these new colors that I found, that I chose to then save as color styles for our design system, right? So I'm going to move that towards the right, towards the left, and then click on that menu plus. We got a beautiful yellow color style, similar to the red one. I'm also providing descriptions for these colors. So I just specified that this mint green color is going to be used for success, the yellow one for warnings, and the red one for errors. All right, I can see how when I switch through these types, the color changes. That's thanks to the component that we have created on the left. Now it appears that I'm rearranging some stuff, but I'm gonna then, right, I'm putting the graph into an auto layout, graph area, graph inside of that. This is not really that necessary, right? But whenever you can use an auto layout, you should, right? So, and then this alert component goes to right below that chart area, and it's going to be rounded off. Right, so I wanted to basically move the alert component closer to the graph, which requires an additional nested auto layout, right? To specify a different spacing. So that's why I did that. And yeah, so I'm again selecting preferred values for these placeholder icons. When I now select these individual icons on the instances, right now you can see that I have these three which are intended for this component. So I chose the check mark, of course, for symbolizing some kind of a success, or that everything is in check. I really do like this color, this mint green color, because I feel like it's green enough, yet not too much to be annoying, if that makes sense. It's just a color that I like. Definitely share your favorite colors in the comment section below. We all have favorite colors, so share the one that's yours. And given this is a channel about design, I do suggest sharing a hexadecimal code. Okay, so I'm setting all of these headlines to fill containers so that it expands across the whole component. And as you can see, I also created, oh, I actually forgot about that. I created an optional, toggle. You can make this icon disappear. So the icon became optional with this setup. And yeah, I also set a minimum height to this component to not be dependent on the icon's height. Okay, so all of that works, as you can see. The key here is to make this design system as simple to use as possible. So now I'm just rearranging some stuff. And so pretty soon I'm going to start creating a chip component, which is basically just a tagline. Like it looks like a tag essentially. And it's used for like bits of information essentially. So like when you, for example, want to do a section where you specify what individual topics you're going to learn, which by the way is what we're going to use this for, then you would use a chip component, right? So like a chip, label, tag, depends what you want to call it. But it's actually this little rounded rectangle with a text inside. Right, so you can see me duplicating an auto layout, and as you can see, we'll also be discussing, and here is where these chips will be placed, right? So tagline for the text, I duplicated a text object. Chip text. And auto layout, Shift A around that, and just a very minimalist component. It's just basically just going to be this with a visible background. That's all there is to it. I'll probably add another color to our design system because I'm going to need a lighter gray that we don't have yet. Or actually we do have that, but I forgot to add that to our design system. It's the CCC color. That's going to be gray 5, light gray. Okay, so we actually use this for an accordion border, but I forgot to add that to our design system. That's now updated, so we can use that from our color styles panel. Component, chip, and that's the chip component, ladies and gentlemen. That's all there is to it, really. I'm just gonna create some properties, and I'll then reuse these instances in this auto layout. I'm gonna also create another auto layout within that one to have specifically just for these chips. It's basically going to be a wrap auto layout where these are going to stack automatically beneath each other. You're gonna see what I mean. Duplicate auto layout wrap fill container, and now when I duplicate these, you can see what's gonna happen. So that's the goal. That's why wrap auto layout is great. And this is actually a pretty recent update from Figma. So this is a kind of a new feature. I can't believe they didn't release that one earlier, but I'm just happy that we have this. It's a great feature. So right now I'm just putting in some ideas, some topics that we're gonna be quote unquote discussing, that we actually are already discussing within the context of this tutorial. You can see how easy it is, thanks to component properties, to change the text on the right side. Adjusting the spacing, and I think the chips could be a bit lighter, so I'm actually going to use an even lighter gray. I need to reset the fill because I overrode that. And I'm actually going to add this to our design system. I also changed the typography of the chip component. And I think I am gonna go for this one. And you just need to check what works best in the prototype mode, right? That's the final result. What's even better is to actually have a phone with a Figma mirror. So that's even better. But for these purposes, I think that's enough, right? So here you can see how I am, adding a new color style. It's gonna be gray 7, very light gray. And that's going to be used for the chip text or just chip component background. And you can see that somehow I created a variable on accident, I think, right? So I have no idea how I did that. But I need to remove that variable, and I'm just going to use a simple style, right? I just want to keep this just the free features. And again, I'm a bit confused. I used the hex code in the color style name. So one last attempt to get this right, and there we go. We finally have a gray 7 style and not a gray 7 variable. What's really great about having a design system is that when you actually create a component, then you reuse that and then you decide that you need to change the design, that's extremely easy, right? You can see me how I'm just experimenting with different paddings on the chip component and how easy it is to see the immediate impact of this. So that's why you always want to use components whenever you use elements that are being repeated or that are intended to be repeated across your design. And right now I believe that I will be adding another instance of the alert component, and that will be on the design system subpage on the right side. So I'm going to either copy this. I'm not sure what I'm going to do actually. What's the approach? Yeah, there it is. Oh, actually this one still goes to dashboard. Okay, so next one will go to the design system subpage. So you can see how easy it is to switch to a warning. Of course, here I'm warning you that this is a very long video, right? And if you're still watching, then this warning is probably too late. In any case, here's another instance of the alert component, and you can see how easy it is to switch states and adjust to your needs. And now we'll be adding a new variant for the alert component, which is going to be an info variant, right? So I'm going to duplicate this and I'm going to name this info, I believe. And after that, we will of course have to create the icon for this. Also change the color, of course. So since I want to go for something neutral, I decided to go for a blue color. And of course, we're going to be also adding this to our design system. So again, new icon, and this one is going to be an info icon. So I'm going to basically take the exclamation point from the warning icon. I'm going to copy that into this component and then I'm going to flip it. Right? So whenever you can make things easier for yourself, you should, because it will then maintain consistency. So yeah, of course, this is going to look similar to the warning icon. So I then created a simple ellipse over this with a stroke, and then I'm going to shorten this I letter and then use an instance of this in my new component variant all the way towards the bottom of the page. I'm just switching colors around. And yeah, adding a new preferred value, which is going to be the info 1, right? So now when I copy an instance of this right here, right, this is where we do this instance on the design system page. I can then switch over to info, and additionally I can change the icon to info, right? And we have a completely different component basically. I can change the text, and this component really adds color to the layout. I think it really improves the UI a lot. It draws attention to itself, and it, in a very smart way, highlights important information. So that's what I like about this component. Right, so a few words about the design system in general. And now I'm going to use this color and use it in our design system. Of course, before that, I'm going to just make sure that I have the specific shade of blue that I really want to use. I think I've decided to go for a slightly more, again, towards the cyan side of things, right? So let's see what I come up with. Okay, so let's see HSL, and I'm gonna just be playing around with the hue. So there we go, something slightly more green. So I think that works. I'm gonna be adding this to our design system. Plus, blue, and again, a short description of where actually this is going to be used, or what's the intended purpose for this color. Okay, so I'm probably right now just reviewing what I have so far and thinking of my next steps. I think soon we're going to move on to creating content for the list section of the app, which means actually creating a preview of all the components within a design system that we have. So this also means that we're going to be creating quite a few new components to our design system. So that's going to be very fun, quite complicated. So fortunately, you can always rewind the video and watch it again, even in slow motion if you don't understand. So, and if all else fails, you can always ask me a question in the comment section, or you can, even better, reach out to me to get an invite to my free Discord server where you can communicate even more efficiently. Right, so I'm definitely unable to respond to all the comments in full detail, so that's, meeting on my Discord is always great if you want to discuss your project and need some advice. Not only from me, but from the community as well. Consider yourself invited. Okay, so this will serve as a base for whatever content we're gonna put on here. We always need a headline, we always need body text. So I'm just gonna, can you see this effect? That's exactly what I was talking about a few hours earlier. That's right. I'm not gonna say a few minutes anymore because we are at 3 hours, 46 minutes. So what I mentioned a couple hours ago regarding the Smart Animate, I need to change the name of this in order for the movement to not be there, right? When I click through the individual pages. Because as I said, Figma matches layer names and then creates animations, based on those layer names. When you select a Smart Animate transition, which we have. So as you can see in writing, in this section, I'm gonna showcase some of the components from our design system. Keep in mind that, so what should we keep in mind? That this list is not exhaustive and therefore, and there is a way, and there's way more, right? So what I'm basically trying to say is that these components in this design system that we have created and that we are about to create are just a tiny fraction of all the possible components that you can have. These are just the most frequently used, and these are very basic, right? So that's important. These are very basic, just essentially a starting point to explain how this stuff works. As you can see, I just used an alert component to put in this auto layout fill container to expand all the way to the edges. And I'm gonna probably use a warning or error. Let's see. This basically serves a supporting role to supplement the content. So it looks nice. It just looks nice, this alert component. That's right. This design system is basically just a starting point for your project. But that doesn't really go well together, right? This claim with the error icon. The error icon says that something's wrong, but the text of the alert doesn't agree with that tone of voice. So how do we fix that? That's a little bit better. Now, what we are going to do now is a simple form field component. So text, auto layout, drag it out, fill container on the text. I know it goes very fast. I'm sorry, but I do have a specialized video on a form field entirely. Adding a stroke, making it rounded, and what comes next? right click to activate. So we're going to have a form field that you can then enter with clicking it, right? Making it active by clicking it. I'm going to use a gray for the text, but not probably the lightest one. And a component, rename text field, and then a variant, and this one is going to be active, right? And the first one is default, right? State default on the first one. The second one is going to be active. So we need to differentiate that visually, and I'm going to use first I'm going to connect the first state to the second state. So on click, change to the second state, and then it's gonna again go back to the first one, right? So now I'm differentiating that visually. I'm having a blue border. I'm also gonna type in active text field. And now you're gonna really struggle. You're gonna see me struggle to find the pipe symbol, and I give up on that, and I'm just going to use parentheses click to deactivate, right? So I'm going to do a shadow that has no blur, but it has a spread, so that again we create this little, basically another stroke around this object. That's something that I see very frequently in UI design. That's just something that you see really, really frequently. So we have this blue color, and then we mute it a little bit and we get an active text field. Brilliant. And I'm not sure, but I think I have forgotten to define the second interaction when you exit the active state, but in any case, we're gonna fix that. Oh, there we go. I decided to change that to the info variant as well. I didn't like how it all, worked together. Okay, so we now have a text field component. An interactive text field component, important to mention. And you click it, and there we go. I just found out that I have forgotten to do this. No worries, I'm gonna fix that. I just did. And now we can go back and forth. Right, this is just for demo purposes. Again, a very simple form field. Usually you have like ton of states for this. This is just the absolute basics. Border radius, adjusting stuff, but the basic mechanics, they're there, right? It's got the function, or quote unquote function, the prototyping qualities are there. I'm just going to specify that you need to click to exit and then click to enter on both of these variants to be absolutely clear what needs to happen. So that's the form field component. And I'm gonna now compile more components on the list screen. So I'm gonna just take what I already have and put that on this screen, and then I'm going to keep adding some more that I create. And again, moving stuff to the left side to, have all the design system components in one place. It's important to maintain order in your files to be able to easily navigate your own files. And not even talking about your colleagues or stakeholders, they need to be able to understand what's going on in the file too. So keep your files nice and tidy. It makes it easier for everyone, including yourself. All right, so right now I'm just preparing auto layouts for all these objects. Right, headline at the top. It's gonna be a less important headline, and then the stuff goes inside of this. I think I'm gonna have a few categories of components. I'm gonna have like basics, I think. Then I'm gonna have like icons, whatever. But the goal here is to showcase the design system on this page. So that's what we are going to be doing right now. Right, there we go, basics. I'm gonna paste the form field and the accordion inside of that object and the button, of course, both primary and secondary. With only the right icon. Secondary, brilliant. We need to change the text to secondary button. And of course, set all of these to fill containers so that they adjust according to their parent element. Beautiful how we can compile all of these in one place. Yeah, and I decided to change the stroke width on the buttons to basically match other components which have also 1 pixel, 1 point stroke width. Right? So we want to make everything consistent. Tab would be icons, so I'm going to be assembling icons in this section on this page. I think I'm going to even create a few sub categories for the icons. We're going to get like UI and then navigation ones. Let's see what's going to happen next. right? So I'm mostly now just playing around with the spacing, trying to make this look perfect. So again, everything is in a auto layout, so that means the accordion is pushing the content down. All right, so I'm just assembling component instances. That's gonna be all these arrows, drop down symbols, check marks, warnings, errors, and so on. I'm gonna just place them onto that screen. Select all of them, auto layout, and wrap auto layouts, right? So that they stack automatically on to new rows. And also I used instances of the navigation icons, and I'm gonna paste all of this in this category, right? So again, creating a nice little overview in this category on this screen. There we go. Those are the subcategories. So notice how I'm keep using smaller headlines for as I go down a logic level, right? So I'm just gonna make this more compact. And now we got a nice category with 2 subcategories. Nothing too complicated here, just compiling already existing stuff, essentially. And making a few descriptions, making it generic and just overall explanatory. We have hidden the navigation bar that we're gonna show once we are done with spacing out all of these elements. Right now I'm just rearranging stuff and again moving things where they belong. For the chip component, I'm just gonna copy the existing auto layout on the previous screen, on one of the previous screens. Of course, these are mainly chips. These are not really labels, but it doesn't, with a design system this simple, it doesn't really make much sense to differentiate that much, right? Okay, so in a little while, in a minute or so, I'm gonna start creating the feature card component. That's basically a very basic component that is that features an icon or an image, text, and a button. I created another category of components on this page, as you can see. That's called UI and more complex. And that's where I'll be adding the interactive components, the two interactive components that we have, the accordion and the form field. And on top of that, I'm going to add the feature card as I have just mentioned. So the steps for creating a feature card is creating a big icon component, which I'm doing right now. I'm going to create a placeholder for that, and then I'm going to just add a body text and a button. The process is very similar to other components, so we're going to be using instance swap property and other component properties for text to basically make this component easy to work with, right? So dragging it out. I'm going to change that to magenta. Of course, I turned this into a component called icon big placeholder, and I'm going to make a smaller headline, then a body text, and then finally a button. Okay. Right? This component is great for showcasing an individual item from a set of items. A very frequent, popular component. You can basically see it everywhere in some form. Definitely on websites. So text objects to fill container, and then I'm going to be adding paddings to add some paddings. But before that, I think I'm going to also group or add an auto layout on the headline. Yes, there we go. Headline and the body text only to make that spacing a tiny bit smaller, right? So there's going to be different spacing between the headline and the icon, and then the headline and the text. That's why I did that. Now, a button component that I have taken from the assets panel. I'm going to be using that within that component, but I think I decided to go for a button link variant on the button component, where I will basically simplify this component so that it's just basically very tiny, no paddings, and just, I think, again, optional icons, right? So this is basically like a micro simplified version of the normal button. That's being reflected by, as you can see, when I change the variant of the button, I can then select hide the first icon, and then the second icon is going to be an arrow. And all of that, what you can see right now, the icon, the headline, the text, the button, I'm going to take that and turn that into an auto layout, or paste the button into an existing auto layout. And now I'm going to add padding and a background to just, and of course, create a component from this to be able to work with this component as we see fit, right? So you can see how it's becoming a card right now. We need a fill, of course, and brilliant. Yep, that's a feature card for you. A very frequently used component. So I'm going to create another icon, another variant, another component. This one is not going to be a placeholder, but essentially what I'm going to do is just use this big circle and then put a check mark inside of that, right? Just like this. I'm going to drag it out a little bit, and then I'm going to be using an instance within the feature component. And of course, creating another component for a big circle with a person this time, right? So we have at least two options. So I'm now connecting the text properties, headline and body text, easily adjustable, as you can see right now. Beautiful. And I'm going to expose properties from nested instances on the button so that we can, control the button text directly from the feature component. Again, preferred values on the swap component, swap instance swap property. And we can now select from the icons that we have created. If we reset everything, you can then see I can select these two different icons. And now we can paste that into our new component showcase. I also decided to add a stroke so that it's actually visible against the white background. And so right now I'm just going around the file, examining and thinking of what to do next, essentially. In a little while, I'm going to start building an interactive checkbox component, which basically is just going to be a very simple component that you can select or deselect, right? So that's going to be consisting of a frame, a text, and a check mark, so that you can, really mimic the functionality of the real thing. Now you can notice that the design system now became quite extensive, and this is already a really good starting point for any project. So again, if you'd like to support the channel and you'd like to use this file, definitely check out the link in the description that will take you to my store, where you can buy this source file and support more content like this. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And now let's get started with building another component. So check mark on the body text. And a rectangle on the left side. That's going to be rounded with a stroke, but with no background, right? So that's something you can see quite frequently, right? The checkmark text is actually going to be fill container, because we want to adjust this to the total width of the total container element. So whenever you adjust width of the container, the width of the text is being adjusted with it. A good old responsive component. Right, and obviously if you check a check mark, if you make it enabled, you get a green color as a confirmation. I'm using our mint green color from our design system that I'm gonna have to adjust somehow, because it's quite fluorescent in this specific use case. So I'm probably gonna go for something a bit muted, maybe put a slight overlay over that, I think, because this is frankly too much contrast, I think. Right, so yes, let's use the vector from the checkmark icon. I'm just gonna use that inside of this. Brilliant. So it's gonna be white, and you can see that it's not really that recognizable against the background, so we need to really do something about the color of this. So let's see what I come up with. Component, of course, and then prototyping. You have seen this in the form field component, and I'm going to paste that in here. And when I launch the prototype, you can see how, of course, component property with text. Yep. Let's see it. Does it work? Yeah. So the problem that I have with this right now is that the area for the checkbox is kind of small to be tapped on a mobile phone. So I think there are guidelines that recommend, I think it's from Apple or Android, or both of these actually, that you should have a touch area that is no smaller than around 44 points. Okay, so this is definitely not 44 points, actually 24. So we need to do something about that. I'll probably just make, the first attempt was to create a bigger, like the actual checkbox, make that one bigger. But then I think a much better variant is to take this container and add some paddings and add a background color. You're gonna see what I mean right about now. Okay, so we do have some padding and now the background, which is gonna be gray for the default state, and then slightly greenish for the selected state, right? You're gonna see in a few seconds what I mean by that. All right, so that's it. We don't have the background yet for this one. I'm just gonna paste that in, and I'm going to also add a green overlay over this one. So that means that I'm gonna use like, or is that actually a black overlay, right? So that's a transparent black color, and then there'll be some green tint. Let's see what that's gonna be. Of course, full container. Yep. And full container on the instance as well. And remember guys, if it's big and ugly, make it bigger and red. So if there's something that you have created that looks kind of awkward, not too small, not too big, try to make it bigger first and then see if that works. In this case, I think it kind of did. All right, so here comes the green tint. I think that's really satisfying how it lights up green when you click that. I do like that. I think that's really cool. A very simple checkbox interactive component. I'm just experimenting with the visual design of the checkbox. And yeah, adding more of these into an auto layout. Can check and uncheck each and every one however you see fit. All right, so right now I'm just mostly iterating on already existing stuff. I'm just going around the file and tweaking whatever I feel like tweaking or needs some adjustments. So in a few minutes, I'm going to be starting to create a content for the connect section. That's going to be, I think, a list of people to, within a leaderboard. So let's see how that turns out. But for now, for a last minute or so, I'm just gonna go around the file and keep testing the prototype, keep looking at stuff, and keep exploring any potential mistakes that need to be fixed. And now here we go. We're gonna now design or assemble the list screen. This one's gonna get interesting because we do have a main pill-shaped button for our profile, which is Mavi Design. And I'm going to create, I'm gonna use my logo. I'm gonna just basically create a placeholder for the user profile, kind of, right? So that's what we're gonna do now. Let's see how that turns out. At first, I tried to put in some text on this page, but I finally then decided to abandon that and actually start with the component afterwards. Or just in general, not use text on this page when it comes to body text, only for headlines. So I'm copying the content from the first section to here, and yeah, I'm gonna use this as a base, as a starting point for our profile button. So it's gonna be a big dominant element in this layout. It's gonna be like, you're gonna see. It's gonna have the logo, profile name, and a short place for a bio. All right, so that's my logo. And yep, changing the direction of the layout, making sure it fits. For container, the headline is definitely gonna have to be smaller. So that's gonna be like H4, hug contents, and then the logo needs to be white to be visible against this dark background. Okay, I just inverted the colors on my logo, and I'm gonna make it a bit smaller. Duplicate the headline, select Shift A auto layout and change the direction to create basically the right side where you get the text. And of course, I'm going to make the second row smaller, the second text object smaller, because that's just going to be the bio. Right, so there it is. Yep, maybe a short bio or something. Just to show this is the user's profile. Exactly. Wouldn't have said that better myself. So right now I'm creating a different icon that's basically just a rightwards pointing, just a very simple arrow pointing to the right. That's gonna have absolute position. It's gonna be on the right side. It's gonna be, of course, light, and I need to move this a little bit, and then it's gonna have this object. This whole object is gonna have rounded corners. Changing the opacity on the text. And here comes the rounding. Beautiful. It's an element that's just pleasant to look at. A very pleasant shape, very clean and inviting to be tapped on. Of course, we need to make the arrow a bit more balanced. Just moving stuff around, you know. And there we go. I removed the text as I told you earlier. So again, for a while there, I'm just going to be browsing through what I already have so far and thinking about how I could, you know, make the ladder, the global ranking element. How could I create that? I decided to go for a button component, a set of button instances. So you're going to see what I mean in a few minutes, in a few seconds actually. So there's going to be the global ranking ladder from button component instances, and right now I'm just cleaning up the file, you know, making it more neatly arranged and so on and so forth. All right, so this is going to be another page content underscore connect object, and we're going to use this headline to say, I believe, global ranking. a list of other users is rather boring. So why don't we do global ranking? There we go. And now, secondary button. I'm going to drag it out. Auto spacing. And then on this one, that's going to be fill container, right? So it expands. Actually, it's not going to be auto spacing, but slightly, just a few points to add spacing between the icon and the headline. I'm going to swap the second icon. Right, there's the spacing. Smaller on the edges, still a button component. Now that's going to be the right arrow, I think. Yep, this simple one. And then I'm going to paste that inside of this auto layout. Fill container. And right now I'm creating a new icon where I can just put, the person as a small icon to be used on the global ranking page. Let's see how that turns out. I'm gonna do it the exact inverted opposite on the light version, of course. So I'm gonna paste those in and then white color. You want to keep your styles, your color styles, your text styles linked, right? So there we go, a beautiful profile or like a person button essentially. Next step is going to be adjusting the spacing, then the rounding, and finally the stroke, which is just going to be the bottom part. Okay, so there we go. And now we're just gonna, that's still a undetached button component, by the way. I'm gonna duplicate that multiple times and have a global ranking ladder. Simple and easy, and mainly utilizes existing components, which is something that you want to do almost all of the time, or to the biggest extent possible. All right, so playing around with the spacing. I'm just adding a few random names. So here I tried to make one of these highlighted, but then I decided that I'm actually not going to do that because I'd have to change the structure of this overall layout, and I didn't really want to do that. So in a minute or two, I'm going to be adding a fade out towards the bottom of the screen. So as you can see, when you click now on individual pages, and when you have a content basically beneath the bottom navigation bar, I want to hide that, right? So I want to, as the content goes out of the page, on the bottom side of the page, as it goes out, it's going to kind of fade out into a white color. And the way that we're going to achieve this is by adding a linear gradient over the bottom part and making that fixed. So I'm actually going to, I think, create either adjust the bottom safe area component, or I am going to create a whole new component, right? So there we go. I'll be just using this gradient from this component in a new object, basically. Right, so I put that onto the page behind this bottom bar, bottom safe area, and I'm gonna make that fixed. Similar to, right, and I turn this into a component because it's gonna be reused, and it's called a fade page bottom component. I'll then, I think, have to fix the stay in place, that's correct, but I'll then have to move this upwards because Figma thinks that I now want to put this all the way to the bottom, like beyond the page's borders. So that's not correct, and I'm gonna have to change that. But for the remaining pages, that is going to work. You also want to make sure that this is anchored towards the bottom. So the constraints on the right side of the Figma interface for this white fade out, you want to have that at the center and bottom, because when you extend this component, you want to make sure it's being, it extends upwards towards the top, right? Right, so essentially I'm just making sure that it's across all the pages, set up correctly, and then I can move on to other things. Right, so this looks way better. It's not that distracting. And I think it's just overall, it's nicer to interact with. Right, so as it goes out, it fades into this white color. I think that's preferable to, yeah, and on this page, I'm gonna have to fix it. I'm gonna have to move this towards the original bottom edge, right? So that's gonna be like this, right? So I could, there we go. Now it works. Beautiful. And now for a minute or two, I'm just gonna be messing around with quality assurance. So feel free to skip ahead a chapter and I will see you at making the global ranking headline sticky. Stop at the top edge. And so right now I'm also adding paddings toward the bottom of these elements so that you can scroll all the way down and see all the content, scroll above the bottom bar navigation. And now here comes one idea. So I basically wanted to make sure that when you scroll down this page, the global ranking headline stays at the top. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take it out of the auto layout, right? And then I'm going to create a separate kind of auto layout for this headline. So I'm going to move the rest of the stuff down, and this is going to be like its separate, its own thing. Then what I'm going to do is essentially put that inside of an auto layout and make that with put a white gradient on that auto layout, right? So something similar to what happens to the status bar right now with the white gradient, that's going to happen with this headline. And yeah, so now you can see that we need to add a bit of, padding towards the top. So I'm just adding some padding on the top, but right now it should work and it looks really cool. So let's see. Nice. So we don't have any fill on this object, which we are going to fix. But the functionality at its core is there. That's exactly what we need. Now let's just add the linear gradient or the background for this element. I'm going to move that behind the pill. Brilliant. And also, yeah, make sure the ladder is behind that object as well. And then the linear gradient. And white background again. And let's check it out. Now, isn't this nice? Very good. I think the gradient needs a bit of adjusting still, but that is no problem. We're just gonna move these handles, right? Yeah, so that looks good. That's very nice. I think that's a very, very nice effect. And also quite easy to set up, as you can see. So again, in this phase, there's a lot of stuff, right? There's a lot of things in this design. So I'm again just clicking around and thinking of what should I do next. And the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to create the content for the last page, for the Learn screen, where we're going to have like lessons, and we're going to have like completed lessons, lessons in progress, and lessons not started yet. We're also going to be using the button component for that, but we're going to create a new icon, which is exciting. A new icon for this purpose, which is going to be like an education or learning symbol. Watch all the way through to see what that is, as a tiny little surprise. But still, I think the result is very nice. I'm satisfied with the icon that's gonna come up next, and overall, I'm quite satisfied with this design in general. Yeah, so the next thing is gonna be content for the screen. I'm gonna copy some placeholder content in here and then learn, of course, right? Page content underscore learn. Now somehow I need to get the button to this area. So I'm probably gonna reuse this ladder that we have created, this global ranking on the previous slide. Oh, what does it say? That you should check out the Mavi Design YouTube channel for more tutorials. That's very interesting. I think you should definitely do that, because sounds like a smart thing to do when you want to learn something new. So yeah. And this little alert says that the channel also has a store where you can purchase source files, including this one. That's also true, and also very smart if you need to save time on your Figma projects. And remember, guys, all these videos are made possible by you watching the videos and me getting paid from ad revenue, and also from you buying the source files from my store. So thank you so much for watching my videos. Thank you so much for buying these source files. I hope they're both useful to you and that you save time and or learn something new. That's my goal, and if that's the case, then I am happy. Alright, so as you can see, I borrowed the subsection from the very first page. I'm basically creating a section called Finished Lessons. And here I'm gonna use the button component to create our list of finished lessons. So these lessons are going to be also differentiated by color. You're going to see what I mean. And then we're going to have two more categories, as I mentioned. Okay, so turn off the icon on the left side, or actually I'm going to be using that one again, so not really turn off, but I am going to rearrange some stuff. So I'm going to be just splitting these into a few groups. So that means I'm going to have to remove this text, remove this button, and I'm going to have to also break up this list. All right, so for the finished lessons, I decided to go for the check mark, which makes sense on the left side. And I think that for the other lessons, I'm gonna go for the new icon that we are yet to create. So of course, these are gonna be green. As you can see, these are differentiated by the green color. That's gonna be also transparent. So I'm gonna also add some padding so that it looks nice and all cohesive. Of course, now I'm just gonna keep like a couple of these, so I'm removing some stuff. And I duplicated this whole section, right? That's the main thing. So we do have finished lessons, lessons not yet started. These finished lessons have a muted green background, and I also probably gonna change the border to transparent black, but only on the bottom, right? And the last one is not gonna have a border. So this state where it actually reacts to you pushing this is inherited from the component. And I think I'm gonna remove that interaction in the end to actually prevent this from happening. But yeah, let's see what we have in store next. So right now I'm just thinking of some names for these lessons. And I'm also making the black text objects a bit transparent, or the black objects in general within these components, so that it has a slight green tint as well. And now we are going to design the new education icon. And I decided to go for a book. So let's create a book icon. Let's see what we come up with. At first, I think I'm going to experiment with a light bulb, but I found that doesn't really work in this line, this line variant. So I then decided to go for this book icon, right? So that's just me trying and failing to do a nice light bulb icon. I mean, it is kind of nice, but I just wanted to do something more special for this. Right? I'm simply not convinced. So let's start with a rectangle, strokes on that, and move these vertices, and then add a new one and change the curvature of these by using command and click on these vertices, I think. I hope that's command click and not option. And anyway, you need to make these curved lines where the vertical lines are straight and these horizontal lines are curved like this. And then you simply mirror this object and then you're done. It's quite a simple icon, and that looks really really good in my view. I think that's a good looking icon, not this one, but the final outcome that you're gonna see in a few minutes. Isn't that nice? Now I'm just going to group this and put that inside of this component. Brilliant. And same goes for the light version. Paste and then change the color to white. Now for the remaining buttons, for the remaining lessons, I decided to swap the left icon, right? I will be swapping the left icon for the book that we have just created to symbolize a lesson, learning, education, whatever. And the new category not yet started. And here comes the swap. There we go. Now that is kind of tiny, so I'm gonna make this icon larger. 2 points to be exact. Right, so make it bigger. And also there's going to be this cool trick where I'm going to add a shadow towards this object to make it look as if the bottom line is a bit thicker. Right? And increase the opacity. There we go. Isn't that nice and easy? And yet the result looks really good. Now that's what I'm talking about. If you are still watching, then you are absolutely incredible. If there is a single person that watches this all the way through, I will be insanely impressed. Right? So we are at 5 hours, 9 minutes. That's the longest tutorial that I have ever done. Probably the longest that I'll ever do. I mean, never say never, but still, like, this is crazy. If you are watching all the way through, congratulations. You are truly, truly dedicated, and I am beyond impressed. Okay, so I'm adjusting colors again, and not yet started. Those are going to be red. Again, thinking of a bunch of new names, a bunch of new lessons. Fictional, of course. I'm actually not sure if I'm making these red or if I'm keeping them just transparent. But I think I'm gonna be making those red. I'm not sure. I'll definitely be removing this interaction because it's not good, honestly. And you're gonna do that by selecting these individual instances and remove this interaction right here. You can override that inherited interaction, okay? So it no longer reacts that way. All right, so I'm probably keeping them transparent. Guys and gals, this is it. You have now finished the 5-hour-long tutorial on designing a mobile app in Figma. Thank you so much for watching, and please, if you can, support the channel by buying the source file from my store. It really helps the channel. It also gives you a great resource to learn from. So again, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for sticking all the way towards the end. I really appreciate that. In this final phase of the design, I'm just going to be clicking through. I'm just going to be doing quality assurance, taking a look at what we have created, and thinking about what to do next, which I then concluded with saying that nothing additional needs to be made. So I really hope you found this video useful. If you did, please leave a like. Please share it with whoever you feel like should see this. Maybe there's someone that's learning mobile app design similar to you. Thank you so much. Goodbye.